Not yet.
Yeah, it's not yet.
Sima, please proceed.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, colleagues.
Good morning. I can hear you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm going to call Prof. Okay, I'm going to call Mr. Lihle to speak as per our program, and who will be followed by the Dean of the School of Built Environment. So without much ado, I'm going to, without much ado, it's up to, it's to you, Mr. Lihle Pewa. Thank you.
Chairperson, may I call upon Sandile Sukela in place of Mr. Lihle Pewa, please?
Thank you.
Hi, Sandile. Please, can you join us?
Hi, Leka.
Good morning.
Morning. I'm afraid I can't hear anything on my side. I don't know, maybe the system, as it were, is giving us some problems.
We can hear you. Are you presenting?
So, do you want me to start or should I?
Yes, you may start.
You are confirmed that I should start, okay?
Yes, please.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Director. My name is Sandile Sokela. I'm one of the employees or officials employed by the KwaZulu-Natal Party in the unit Planning, Development, Environment and Management. I am welcoming you on behalf of Mr. Litlepewa, the head of the unit. He could not be part of this gathering or event because of other commitments. It is indeed my privilege and a great pleasure on behalf of the municipality and the partners to welcome you today. First, I want to explain to Mrs. Leka Alopi for dedicating herself to organize this event. Secondly, I want to thank and welcome all partners and delegates in ensuring that this event does happen. Partners I'm referring to are our colleagues from the University of KwaZulu-Natal and the university itself. SALCA as one of the partners, SACT's network, and SACPLAN. Thirdly, I want to welcome our fellow planners from all over the municipalities attending this event. Fourthly, I also wanted to welcome all the international speakers and guests with us today. I will not forget our colleagues within the municipality for taking their time to attend this celebration. Collectively, we are with us to participate in this special occasion of celebrating the World Town Planning Day. That many of you have willingly stopped your schedules for the day or 2 days in order to be part of this event. And that alone needs to be applauded, since it demonstrates and serves as a reminder to all of us how important the event of the Town Planning Day is. Today, we are honored to have all the individuals scheduled to talk to us about various town planning as a discipline that we like, you know. I have no intention to mention them individually, as the program clearly states who they are. All I can say perhaps to you is that they are all esteemed specialists in intern and regional. This year, as you will see, and we have known, and the program is very clear. The theme is strengthening the co-production, a paradigm in planning, promoting good governance and citizen partnership. The event this year comes at the heels of the local government election, which has been characterized by low voter turnout. It has been recorded by the IEC, Independent Electoral Commission, that nationally, people or citizens that took their time to cast their votes were below 50% of the voters registered with the IEC database. For me, this allowed demonstration between the voters or citizen partnership between the voters and the political parties has been or has to be looked into by the political parties, or the IEC itself should do more to spark the interest for the citizens to use their enshrined constitutional rights. Perhaps the next question would be, what do we do as planners to ensure that good governance and citizen partnership in most of activities that we engage in as planners, we ensure that they are done in a correct manner, so that we are again to ignite and ensure that that citizenship is happening. To ensure that there is a good governance and citizen of the citizens or ratepayers, as it were. I will leave it to the speakers and guests scheduled to address us as they navigate through and unpack the theme and sub-themes of the event. As audience and people participating in this event, all I can say to you, prepare yourself to be challenged, excited, and inspired. Thank you, Program Director. I hand over to you. But let me maybe echo my sentiment again. The system, but I'm hoping maybe during the continuing of the event and as the day progresses, we'll be okay. Thank you so much, Program Director. I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pewa. We really appreciate the welcoming message. And without much ado, I'm going to call our Prof. Ernest Halema, who is our Dean for the School of Built Environment. Over to you, Prof.
Thank you so much, Mr. Musima. I want to welcome you all in a beautiful city of Durban. Obviously, I'm sure wherever you are, the sun is shining, as we can expect. Thank you so much for joining us on this very, very important World Planning Day of 2021. I welcome you on behalf of our Vice Chancellor, Professor Nana Poku, our DBC, Deputy Vice Chancellor of the College of Humanities, Professor Nhlanhla Mkhize. I welcome as a School of Built Environment and Development Studies. We are very, very excited to host you as part of the partnership with eThekwini and all the other colleagues who are listed on our program. We have over the years been part of this collective of professionals, stakeholders, students and communities of practice in the planning, fraternity and related fields. We have added value to the first ever ISOCAP conference that we hosted a couple of years ago for young professionals. We also have hosted a number of events and symposia tackling a number of issues such as planning for inclusivity, diversity, environmental sustenance, better transportation, and so forth. So we're looking forward today to learn a little bit more about the theme of the day, which is strengthening community engagement, strengthening community engagement, and etc., etc. Colleagues, we welcome you to this event in our calendar. We look forward every year as UKZN to host this event because we get to learn from communities of practice, communities both locally and internationally for this event. And we'd like to thank UKZN corporate relations and our colleagues in the College of Humanities for always coming on board and assisting us in planning this event. Such an occasion is an important event in the university's calendars for us. It gives us the pleasure to meet all the stakeholders and an opportunity to really discuss our successes as a planning fraternity, but also challenges, and also to plan for engagement further. What we look forward to also is how our students and our faculty get to engage with the practice community in a big way. The theme of this year is strengthening co-production paradigm in planning. Because we live in unprecedented times, we more so than ever need to be intentional about strengthening government and community engagement and participation. I believe as a dean of a school, planning as a discipline plays a very, very important role in this process. With those few words, I would like to thank you for joining us and welcome to this event, and please do enjoy the deliberations. This is a time for us to learn from one another, but also to engage further. So thank you, colleagues, and thank you, Program Director. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof, for welcoming us. And indeed, this is the time to learn from each other. Without much ado, I'm going to call Mr. Siana Nkashe, who is with the South African Local Government Association and heading the built environment portfolio. Mr. Nkashe?
Good afternoon, Program Director. Am I audible? Am I visible?
Yes, you are.
Thank you very, very much, and thank you for the opportunity. Because we have only 5 minutes to reflect, I will not go into detail in the greetings and protocols other than to just acknowledge what has already been said by those who came before me.
Recording in progress.
In greeting everybody, welcoming everybody to the occasion, and thanking and appreciating those who made today possible. It is becoming an increasingly important day for the planning fraternity for a number of reasons. On the one hand, I would like to acknowledge, in setting the context of why it is important as this occasion, when we reflect back, we note that as a country, we have made huge progress post-democracy using a number of different indicators. We can dissect them in a number of different ways. Democracy is well entrenched. If you look some of the indicators, we have regular elections. Most of them are adjudicated as free and fair. We have built some institutions. Some are having a bit of problems, but some remain resilient. We have built policies and pieces of legislation that have been reflected and celebrated the world over. We've looked at numbers in terms of the number of water connections that we've made available for people, electricity, and so on. While the numbers, the indicators are reflecting less than 100% of coverage, but when you look at where we come from over the past 20 years of local government or 25 years of democracy as a country, those numbers at face value are not insignificant, particularly when you consider what has been provided for the poorest of the poor. Those indicators look good. At the same time, when you move away from those numbers and things that we reflect as progress and look at what has just happened over the past week, there is a resounding indicator that says those indicators that we often reflect are inadequate. What then is the problem? I think for me, both planners and academia, researchers can do a bit more research in as far as what that disjuncture could potentially entail. Without having done empirical research, which I believe in certain quarters has been done, at least in part, one of the challenges that we can reflect on is that the progress and the indicators are disjointed, and they look at different narrowly defined interests. I would like to acknowledge the theme of the conference today and perhaps project it into the future, that perhaps we could be able to resonate better with voters and those that we plan for and serve if we took a systems view to whatever it is that we plan, deliver, monitor, and report on. The world, the country, the towns, the cities that we are planning are an ecosystem of multiple parts. If we deliver in any part of that ecosystem, disregarding other parts of the same ecosystem, our reflections on progress will be quite misleading. We will end in patting ourselves on the back. Perhaps those that get bonuses as a result of the performance, they will get those bonuses. Unfortunately, those on the receiving end will not see the effects of those bonuses. It is in that context that we would like to highlight this systems view, this ecosystem view, this co-creation of that system. In particular, co-creating it with those that are at the receiving end, but within our respective institutions, co-creating it with different parts of that system. I think I might be preaching to the converted, but as a planner, if you are creating a plan at whatever level, municipal-wide, effectively starting at the national plan, institutional plan or spatial plan, or a plan at the municipal level or at a precinct plan, and we're doing that in the absence of those who deal with the finances sitting at the table, or doing that in the absence of the technical services sitting at the table, community services, environmentalists, and I guess most critically, the recipients as the community will come up with a brilliant plan, maybe even a brilliant policy informing that, but the results will be far from effective. When I was at varsity, and maybe this is towards me as a parting shot, I was often quizzed by my colleagues who were doing slightly more difficult subjects, called it engineering, finance and accounting, actuaries. They could boast the specific skills that they brought to the table, and they were very tangible and very clear. And they would then ask me, what are you a specialist in? And I must admit, I would scramble at exactly what hardcore technical skills I brought. Perhaps the one thing that planners and related fields bring to the table is that very system view that seeks to bring all together. can we place that skill at the center of all that we do? As a new incoming mayor, as new councillors, as municipal managers, some of whom will establish new contracts over the next 5 years, and various senior managers, can we ensure that when the CFO takes over the reins and develops financial policies, revenue collection, when the economic development head looks at growing the economy, when the engineer takes up responsibility to deliver roads, water, electricity, and so on, can we make sure that at the center of that conversation and plans that they do, they have planners and planning as a thread that binds everything together? Is it conceivable that while planning has been more or less at the fringes over the past 20 years or so, is it conceivable that this new term of office that we just started, either on the 1st of November or the 4th, depending on what lens you're working on, could that be a milestone that helps to reintegrate the integrated development plan with the planner at the center, pulling everything and everybody together? I would like for us, as we reflect throughout the course of the 2 days, to see how well we've done or not over the past 20 years, how much we can do to mobilize the relocation of planning at center stage. We have worked together with the South African Council of Planners and have made a commitment in a communication that should come out in the next few days that we need to start professionalizing or improve the professionalization of the planning discipline within our municipalities. We would like to advocate for all member municipalities to ensure that all planning work within municipalities, particularly spatial planning and related elements, are done and signed off by well-qualified, properly registered planners, registered with their professional institution, such that while we trace accountabilities to the institution, we're also able to strengthen accountability to communities that we serve, and as well as accountability to the profession under the custodianship of SecPlan. We would like to argue that it is a small contribution to ensure that those we put at the center stage as we plan over the next 5 years and beyond, at the very least, we can be sure that they have the necessary competence, that we can ensure that they have multiple accountability lines, including to the profession, in a manner that we can then be able to reach that transformation of space that we also desire, knowing that the transformation of space has all sorts of ripple effect, meaning the transformation of the economy, ability to access various economic opportunities, access to various social opportunities, and everything that we seek to plan for as the intended outcomes. I look forward to working certainly with the Council of Planners, as well as all the participants here, including those who are supposed to be here but are not, in navigating that journey. It will not be an easy one, but if we hold each other's hands and navigate the system, I am certain the outcomes will be slightly different. I'm hoping that we can be able to rebuild the confidence that our electorate has in the institution, with planners as a key cog in making that small contribution to rebuilding the confidence of society in our municipal institution, in our planning and delivery. On that note, Program Director, thank you so much for the opportunity. I wish all of us well in the deliberations over the next 2 days, as well as the next 5 years of the next term of office as we march on to 2030, which is our planning horizon as a country. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Siano. We really appreciate the good words. And as we proceed, we're going to call on the CEO of SACPLAN, Mr. Martin Lewis, to also speak to the audience. Thank you very much. Over to you, Mr. Lewis.
Thank you very much, Program Director, and thank you everyone for being here. On behalf of SACPLAN, I would like to welcome all planners and everybody that's part of this webinar, and all of you that have linked in and that will be participating in this webinar. I also would like to welcome all the speakers across the globe. You will see from the program of the 2 days that we've got various speakers across the globe that will be contributing to this webinar. Colleagues, please also allow me to thank all the partners. The University of KwaZulu-Natal, eThekwini Municipality, SACPLAN, the South African Cities Network, SALGA and ISOCOP, and specifically Mrs. Alopi and the rest of the organizing panel. Thank you very much for the work that you've put in. I've seen the work that went in, the number of emails, the number of WhatsApp that came across, and even until this morning. So thank you very much for that. We are celebrating today the 72nd World Planning Day, also referred to as World Urbanism Day. The World Town Planning Day is celebrated in countries across the world each November the 8th. It is a special day to give special recognition to the ideas of community planning, which brings professional planners and the general public together. And that links to the topic of the webinar that we've got over these 2 days. COP26 is currently underway. How will we ensure that we achieve net zero? The path to net zero would be a challenging one for South Africa. Timeframes for achieving net zero have been set and is currently discussed. South Africa is particularly vulnerable to the effects of climate change on health, livelihoods, water, and food, and a disproportionate impact on the poor, especially women and children. And we've seen the power cuts and the load shedding that we need to deal with currently. And all of that contributes to the difficulty of achieving net zero. The following 2 days, we will be attending the World Town Planning Day webinar, World Planning Day webinar, with the topic strengthening the co-production paradigm in planning, promoting government and citizen participation. SACPLAN has always promoted the celebration of World Town Planning Day and have participated in this partnership for the last couple of years, and we would like to continue this partnership because it's a partnership that we can contribute, that we can share, and that we can promote continuous professional development as well. The celebration of World Town Planning Day provides an ideal opportunity to pause and reflect on how effective and efficient we as planners have been. Everyone needs to do their part: governments, the private sector, civil society, and each individual person to achieve sustainable development. Program Director, I'm really looking forward to the presentations and the discussions during these 2 days, and wish all a great planning day today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our CEO. We really appreciate good words from SACPLAN. Now we're going to call Prof. Lawrence to speak to the audience. Prof. Lawrence?
Yes, hello, good morning, everybody. I hope you can see and hear me clearly. So good morning from Doha, from Qatar, where we are today starting our ISOCOP 57th World Planning Congress. And I would like to take a couple of minutes of your time focusing on the issues which I think are very important, not only for the global perspective, but also for all the local perspectives. And I have a feeling that since I'm participating in your events already for the third time, as far as I recall, actually the South African event is one of the most important additions and most important elements constituting a kind of the local approach to the contemporary planning. So I'd like to congratulate all the organizers and participants to be part of that event. And I would like to say a couple of words about ISOCARP and about our Congress in Doha this year, because I think that also these lessons can be taken away by the conference participants. So ISOCARP is a global network of city and regional planners, and this year we are already having the 57th Congress, which means our society is 56 years old right now. And also that the topic of this year's Congress is called Planning Unlocked, New Times, Better Places, Stronger Communities, when we actually speak about the new challenges which we have for our society. That means we have to face the new issues and the new problems which are basically appearing in our cities, regions, not only as a result of COVID-19, but also as a result of the climate change, changes in the socio-economic situations, and so on. So there are many different, so to speak, new times and new issues associated with these new times. Secondly, we have to plan for the better places. We have to understand that we have to rethink our cities in line with the consequences of those new times. So, I mean, after we face the COVID-19, we realize we need community spaces. We need a 15-minute city. We need green cities, not just because we need climate resilient cities, but also just because this is in many cases the only option to live and function in the real life. And finally, we realize we need stronger communities. And this is extremely important message we learned from COVID-19 times, which means that you cannot rely anymore on the people who are living far away. You have to rely on the people who are living with on the same street and under the same roof. And this is extremely important message because it kind of brings us to the need of rethinking the social relations and the way we define community and the way we shape our communities in the contemporary life. So what are our responses and what we are trying to figure out what is important on that basis? First of all, that we have to rethink our planning concepts and come with the new planning concepts, also associated with the new forms of cooperation between institutions, stakeholders, governmental entities, regions, other types of partners and interested individuals. So we should look for these new patterns of cooperation and for the new planning concepts, for not only regarding the procedures but also regarding the final structure of the cities and regions coming out from that. So that means we should define the forward-thinking planning agenda. We should probably redefine our profession of planners. So we are not anymore technicians drawing the land use plans and the traffic management plans, but we are the people who are working with the community and for the community for the betterment of the community, so to speak. And this is extremely important change. Although what is also important is that we have to come back to the sometimes forgotten issues and qualities, like in example, urban design or shaping urban form. And finally, we have to understand we have a lot to learn from each other. And that means we have to promote knowledge exchange, education improvement, especially the education improvement is a very important issue for many of our countries. And I have a personal feeling that these simultaneous events, both global and local, can actually allow for this better exchange of knowledge, experiences. It allows learning from each other. And I personally would love to be more involved with a number of those initiatives, although the travel restrictions and time constraints still do not allow all these sections to be implemented. But I would like to wish each and every one of the Congress participants, of the session participants, the enjoyable time, but also a number of the the lessons that could be taken away and that could be applied locally. I can tell you that since half of the year, I'm not only working as the academician or as an ISOCARP Congress organizer, but also as the city architect of my municipality. So I know from real life experience how much it takes to implement some of those brilliant and interesting ideas, and how complicated it may be to go through the wall of lack of understanding and lack of interest. But you know, we have to do that. I mean, if we, then who? If not now, then when? Thank you so much. Enjoy your Congress, and hope to see you in person as soon as possible.
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you very much. We're going to call Ms. Nosipho Tlhatswayo from South African Cities Network, who is working there as an executive manager for programs. Ms. Tlhatswayo?
Thank you so much, Chwene. As you've said, my name is Nosipho Tlhatswayo. I'm the Executive Programs Manager for the South African Cities Network. It's a pleasure for me to be here as we commemorate this very important day, celebrating the profession and reflecting on the advances that have been made over the years, but also keeping each other in check on what still needs to be done. So with that, welcome everyone, and I'm hoping that we're going to have a productive day, a day of learning, a day of reflecting. So when I got the invitation to come and be with you on this day, as I was trying to gather my thoughts and having been trained as a planner and practiced as a planner and then moved on to other disciplines that are outside of planning, but still supporting planning work, I was just reminded of the fact that maybe for the profession to grow and for the profession to make sense and have impact, we need to perhaps listen to those that do not speak the same language as us. And my whole welcoming today is anchored around that, because those that sent the invite to me, they said we're focusing on strengthening co-production in the planning profession. And my understanding is that if we're talking about co-production, it means that it's production that is going to be enabled by not listening to similar voices or one voice, but it is bringing in different voices into the planning sphere and making sure that those voices are not only heard, but they are also allowed to shape the future, or maybe to reverse the current. So in that, it's about us looking at everyone else that we interact with, be they other professionals from other disciplines, as co-creators in the space, looking at those whom we plan for as we are planners, not just as supplicants in the processes that we facilitate, but as people that are active in changing their current situation, and people that actually have choices and they can determine their own choices. And perhaps listening to them with a voice that says, ours is to make sure that we enable the choice that best fits their circumstances within, obviously, a particular framework. I'm hoping that as we're having discussions today, which I'm looking at the program, and the discussions are very diverse and they talk to various things. I'm hoping that we would be able to reflect a little bit about how entrenched we have been on wanting to achieve efficiency. when we talk about our own planning processes, when we talk about, we've been talking about spatial justice in the context of South Africa, maybe starting to question whether have we been doing the things the same way over time in a bid for us to be efficient, and whether that efficiency has it really yielded the results that we also desire. Because if we talk about co-production, it might just mean that we take the long way towards getting to the desired output. And I'm hoping that we would be able to, as universities, see UKZN who have convened us here, we start asking the question that says, instead of sitting on the outside and being those that critique the various processes, critique the various implementation instruments, and generating knowledge through that, because it is very valuable. How best do we co-produce and assist those that are given a very mundane task of running the administration in changing things within their own space? All of these reflections that I've made and the proposals that I'm hoping that we'll be able to implement during today's session is anchored around the fact that in South Africa, as practitioners in this field, there's a very important piece of policy framework, which is called the IUDF, which supports this theme strongly, and it talks to co-production and co-creation. So as we do this, and as we talk today, I want to remind us that let's look at each other in the planning profession, but those that are not in the planning profession as assets, be it the communities, be it the business, be it the universities, but the universities also looking at the administrators in government, in the various forms of government. They are assets, and they are the ones that are going to assist us in co-production. And I want us to also remember that we need to value that we work differently. But in us working differently, we need to find a common ground and to reflect whether have we not been imposing our own ideas without understanding how others are working, which has created a tension and in some instances has not helped neither ourselves or those whom we are said to be facilitating this development for. And I would also like to encourage all of us to make sure that not only in this platform here today, but as we step out of this platform and we go on with our daily work, are we really broadening the social networks made up of different voices that are going to help us not only become better planners, but also become better advocates for the development paradigm that we were all taught to embrace. And in that way, allowing co-production to be as comprehensive as possible, and it leaves no one behind. So from my side, I say welcome, and I wish that we all enter the space with open hearts, open mind, and a mind that says there are different voices outside of those that are in this room. And if we listen to those different voices when we step out, that is the only way that co-creation can take place. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nosipo. We really appreciate. And indeed, we should go through the IUDF and, get best with it. And again, indeed, as you said, instead of criticizing, let's see how best can we contribute to this discourses. Without much ado, I'm going to call Mike Makwela, who is working for Plan Act. That's an NGO in Johannesburg. It's not there in our program, but yeah, we were requested that we should add him to speak to the audience. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Hello, mute, unmute. Sorry, can you hear me?
We can hear you very well, sir.
You can hear me.
Yes,
Thank you.
We can hear you very well, sir.
You can hear me very well, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, and thank you for inviting Planet. And good morning. I am going to share a story. It's a personal story about the work that we're doing as Planet. Planet is one of those very old non-governmental organizations started in 1995, sorry. Its core mission really is to amplify the voices of communities, in particular civic empowerment, making sure that the voices of communities is heard loud and clear. And so we have been working with communities in informal settlement and townships to make sure that we partner with them to bring development into space. And so the project that I'm going to share with you is a pilot project that we did in, and we're still doing it in Ekurhuleni, in an area called School Plus informal settlement. And I would like to ask the question, does planning respond to unplanned settlements? That's a very important statement to make, because we are also human beings. For those who live in informal settlements and unplanned settlements, we want to be known that we're the citizens of this country. So it's a personal story, because I went to this area and I met the leadership. And the next time I went, I used a different route and I got lost, because this was the first time that I went to this informal settlement. Immediately, I've been to the informal settlement many, many times, and I'm sure like all of us in this esteemed webinar, you have been to informal settlements. But sometimes these things don't strike you until you face this challenge. So I realized that, you know, I wish informal settlement had proper street names and proper addressing. I wouldn't be lost. And that's how this project actually was born in Squan Plus. Like most informal settlements, it's an unplanned settlement, unproclaimed. It's in the city of Ekurhuleni, next to Springs, next to Modabi Correctional Service, if you know the area. Like all informal settlements, you know, the houses are corrugated iron. This is very interesting. It has basic services such as communal taps and toilets. And I'm going to come back to this issue of the provisions of basic services such as communal taps and toilets. And I want to ask the question very clearly to the municipalities, and in particular to the planners, to say, why do you provide these services, basic communal taps and toilets, when you have a bylaw to provide those things? But when we talk about proper street name and household addressing, we then have a big problem. So the area does not have street names. It does not have household addresses. So as you can see on the picture, the settlement is well laid out, approximately 3,000 households. Planet has been supporting this project for the past 3 years. I just want to share with you the video of this project.
Mike, if you can hear me, we can share the video for you if you prefer. Mike, can you hear us?
You cannot have a situation where during the elections, the voting material finds its way in informal settlements, and then later on say those informal settlements are illegal. It's contradictory.
Ukuphila endaweni engana-address kona kunzima kakhulu ngoba nje na uyobhalisa lapha mhlambe uyobhalisa into oyibhalisa mhlambe khona into oyithathako or uyasibhedlela or uyabhafuna i-address angithi mama babuza ukuthi istrati yini awunaso awusazi.
Ngiyayibhalela mina igama le-address mhlambe ngithi Angel Street then ngiyachubeka ngiyabhala cause ngiyafana ngizojikisa esikolweni namaphepha wami ngingabhala igama le-strati nakhona igama le-strati elingekho.
Concept of street naming yes and a plan act yafikela kithi as a leadership and then as a leadership sayithatha ke sayisa emphakathini.
The next step was to create a map of once the map has been developed and designed by the community, we will invite all the residents of a particular street and give them the opportunity to name their own street. So they will argue amongst themselves and reach consensus.
Okusinika ithemba elikhulu lokuthi nathi sine-identity sizozazi ukuthi sihlala kuphi singobani.
With this new initiative or project by Planet, we really appreciate it because now it makes us as police officers to be more accessible.
Once we have completed the street naming, we realized that now the mammoth task was to put GPS coordinates in each household. We then thought about Google International. We dropped them an email and they were enthusiastic. They responded positively. They would like to partner with us.
Let's get started.
We as Planet were trained by the Google Plus Codes addressing team all the way in India. The training happened on Google Meet virtually. So to do anything to it, you need to tap on it and then it turns green.
It was very exciting to learn this new skill. They learned and they went on site to practice what they learned.
You have to make sure that you are at the center of the road and that the road width is in the center and that the addresses are not appearing on top of the houses, and making sure that the segment of the road up until the end has accurate information.
So where we are now, we have trained all the community volunteers. We are ready to start, and we will be starting very soon on the actual street naming and street addressing.
Mike, you can proceed sharing your presentation.
Mike? It appears he's gone. In that case, otherwise, it's quite an interesting project, which of course I think will be really very helpful, especially in most of our rural areas in the country. We all know that most of our villages do not have streets, they don't have addresses. So this is really an interesting project that can really contribute very much positively to our villages. I'm going to call our keynote speaker, and one can ask who is the keynote speaker. That's Mr. Thompson Bungumusa Mbele, better known as Umusa. He's a professional planner and a city governance professional with more than 20 years experience in executive management, directing and leading the development, management, regulation of the natural and built environment, as well as economic development within the local government sphere in South Africa. He holds a master's degree in town and regional planning, as well as multitude of other qualifications in management and finance. He is currently the acting city manager at eThekwini municipality. In this role, Musa is responsible for providing amongst Mike, can you please remove the slides? Thank you. As I said, he is currently the acting city manager at eThekwini municipality. In this role, Musa is responsible for providing, amongst other things, strategic oversight over the city's key operations towards citywide growth, service delivery, and sustainable development. In his previous role as the city's head of planning, Musa led the development of the city's first climate change strategy, an ambitious citywide response to climate change adaptation and mitigation that has seen climate change issues in the city elevated to mainstream decision-making. The DCCS has since been translated to an implementation plan as part of C40's Deadline 2020 program, making the city of Durban the city in Africa to have a climate action plan. In his substantive post as the Chief Operations Officer, he was able to integrate and direct capital expenditure within a year, which resulted in 80% improvement in capital expenditure and delivery of capital projects. Mr. Mbele, please speak to the audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I'm not sure if you can see my face, but for sure you can see my presentation that I'm about to beam now.
Now we can see you.
All right, great. Let me try to share. Okay, greetings to fellow planners, greetings to you, Program Director Ntate Mosima. Greetings to the colleagues in academia, greetings to the international colleagues, and thank you very much for an opportunity that you have given me. I'm just going to zoom straight into the presentation. You will have to forgive me, I request, because the presentation that I sent is slightly different from what you're seeing now, but the content has not changed. What has changed is just the outlook, because I felt that the first one that I sent was too wordy. So I just tried to shift a little bit here so that it reads much better. I've been requested to speak on what is co-production and what is its role in planning. I'm going to touch base on this. I think this is a concept that has been discussed by more than 3 of the speakers that I've had, and then have a closer look at co-production and planning, looking at some of the interventions across the globe that were intended to ensure co-production, but ended up becoming something totally different, and the results were, of course, disastrous. But also to touch base on our own South African context, and probably ask a question: are our plans for them being the community, or a plan for all? Right, because co-production requires both the supply and demand in the service delivery value chain to coexist and co-function. And then I will throw in some concluding remarks. You know, as I said, that a couple of people have dealt with this, trying to define this. But when my team told me to say, I'm going to speak on co-production, I probably asked more than 3 times, what co-production? What is it? And then they explained it. They gave me some journals to read. I've been out of the core, hardcore planning, which I last did in earnest during my days as the head of city planning. So I thought probably it's one of the new concepts that have just come out. But when we defined it, I realized that this is really an active and meaningful participation by both parties, what I define as the demand side, which is the community that are the recipients of the service, and the supply side, which is government that provides those particular services. And the glue in between is the co-production, co-creation of the service in a true expression that says nothing for us without us. We've seen a lot of these phenomenon, but it's really a meaningful participation, not the kind of lip service that we often do, where the citizens themselves actively participate in delivering and designing the services that they need. Probably before I go further, I know there is going to be a slide also that will refer to the South African context, but I've just thought that let me just give this particular context very briefly for our international participants, that we need to understand that co-production takes place within a resource scarcity environment as a result of the global economic meltdown due to COVID-19, due to a whole host of global phenomena that are impacting. So we are also impacted directly as the country. So this impacts as well on co-production. Service delivery demands as a result of this far exceed the capacity of the state to deliver. The problems that you have of service delivery, which manifest themselves in public protests and riots that we have seen, while they may have a bearing in the national and provincial political events, but they are an expression of the state's inability to deliver services in keeping with the demand. I think that is a critical factor to note, because it's not a question of planners not wanting to drive this great phenomenon of co-production. There are these factors that we need to take into consideration. The legislative framework of this country also is quite an inhibiting factor. We know that our legislative framework, whether you are talking about the Municipal Systems Act, Municipal Property Rights Act, Local Government Structures Act, and what have you, they are all premised on a vision of 27 years ago of reconstructing and developing this country, which in its nature is really quite redistributive. You distributing to these unfortunate and poor and previously disadvantaged, which is the majority of the people. And in the process, whilst that had a particular value at a particular point in time, but in the process, we may have unwittingly created a community of zombies, what I term a zombie society. People that are effectively not able to co-produce, that are the passive recipients of services, that literally see it as a shortcoming on government's front when government tries to encourage co-production or participation in the service, or a meaningful participation in the service delivery value chain. It's as a result of how we've taken beyond necessary this whole notion of reconstruction and development. Even the cadre of public service that we have created highly believe that they have to do something, if not everything, for our people. So these are factors that we cannot afford to ignore, that are impacting severely on why, in the context of South Africa, we have less co-production than we should have. And these are factors that we cannot ignore. I always make an example, which when we were developing our inner city regeneration plan, there was a strong focus, which was some form of co-production in one way or the other, or a strong focus on establishing what is called urban improvement precincts, which is a placemaking intervention, providing a top slice service, trying to go an extra mile to pick up where the government left off. For an example, if the government was doing grass cutting once per month, the urban improvement precinct, with the funds that have been collected from the community, would take that up to about 3 per month, so that the whole notion of place making comes together nicely to the satisfaction of the beneficiaries of that service. So our legislation does allow that. The policies, even our municipal property rates legislation does allow a mechanism for a special rating areas. However, that came to a grinding halt, at least for a couple of years in our context here, simply because the elected representatives felt that the UIPs were coming to compete with them. They were going to overshadow and to a certain extent steal the limelight from them. Those were expressed quite significantly, to such an extent that some of the reports that were seeking to take this project forward were thwarted, cancelled, because there was this strong feeling. And this feeling is generated out of what I said, this cadre of public servants and public representatives that feel that we have to do everything for our people, right? And so if you still have those hindrances, the co-production in a meaningful sense will forever be a pie in the sky. And this is a serious challenge for planners, that really we need to think quite deep, that there are frame conditions that impact on us realizing this dream, and some of them are just beyond what a typical planner can do, unless of course if that planner is a city manager or occupying something as big as that and understand the value of this process. I'm going to stream through because a part of this has already been covered by other previous speakers. We do know that our legislation does provide for public participation as part of our integrated development plans, which are these instruments that we are talking about, even at the level of right across the suite of plans, right up to the level of the framework plans, from IDP, SDF. Sorry, I'm going to use these terms. I believe that everyone who's here would be familiar with those things. It really does cater for it to be done. But in practice, that's why I don't want to give answers necessarily, but to probe, to raise some probing questions that I believe the planners in the breakaway sessions will obviously have to look into. Are these instruments really leading to co-production? Have we as planners considered the input that is coming from the communities as part of our plans? The whole notion of evidence-based planning, which will really go down to the core of our understanding of the recipients of the service and what their role can be in providing that service. Have we really invested time in ensuring that we do that? Or we come up with a piece of paper and we only limit that in the visioning process. You sit with people, you divide them into breakaway sessions, you ask them what they believe their needs are, and thereafter you really do what you call IDP and budget roadshows. You take what their needs are and then you feel around and then you say you have a plan that is only going to be driven and implemented by government. So it really ponders a serious question, whether as the professionals in the built environment, specifically planning, are really doing enough beyond the tick box to ensure that we live up to this beautiful vision. I must just say, without digressing much, that I do believe, I mean, I was some 17 years ago, I was a municipal manager in one of the smaller municipalities. I think it's important to raise that so that when I draw these comparisons, you know, so these people, Sorry, I think someone by the name of Sanel Nkomonde is really not muted. Program director, can you intervene? And can we get someone by the name of Sanel Nkomonde to please mute?
Colleagues, can you please mute your mic, please? Thank you.
Dr. Mchunu, can you mute as well? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I wanted to make this very quick and short example. When we spend time engaging communities and working with communities to finding lasting solutions to their service delivery challenges, the voter turnout was quite high. Of course, it was some 16, 17 years ago. So, of course, the political landscape was totally different, but to what we've seen now. But I do believe that the poor voter turnout, there is a strong correlation between it and the failure of government to embark on this project of co-production with our communities. Our communities being the passive recipients, of course, if you are the passive recipient, you don't have an appreciation of the effort it takes to design and deliver a particular service. You won't know the limitations, and you will forever be thinking that the provider of the service is not willing to assist. And then that will translate to a situation where people in general believe that a government has failed because of the failure to understand the limitations that the government has in providing services. And if there was an opportunity for co-production, those things would naturally come out, and they would lend to a net position of people more appreciating what government is doing and the limitations. So it is my considered view that the unilateral provision of service by government has also had serious impact on the voter turnout. Of course, we are saying this partnership with the communities does deepen democracy. It restores trust and lead to satisfaction with government and policies, which is the essence of the example that I was trying to give. I do not know now, suddenly my presentation is not moving. Program director, it is frozen.
IT, our IT, please assist.
I'm not sure whether.
Yeah, they will fix it just now, probably.
All right.
Thank you.
I think let me see if it is now. Yeah, it is still frozen.
Sorry, if you can just stop sharing and then try to reshare.
Let me try to do that. Okay, let me do it again. Okay, great. Yeah, so if we move on to that particular example in Sri Lanka that I picked up, you'd realize that there again, you're seeing a government taking a lead, coming up with a joint action plan on how to tackle climate-related hazardous risks in Sri Lanka. They had a grand plan identifying key priority activities that would follow 10 essentials of the World Disaster Reduction Campaign. God knows whether the communities even knew these in advance, and they did that across the provinces in that country. It was designed for implementation with no co-production. Typically, so this sounds familiar. It sounds more like us here. A typical plan designed for the people without the people. And the vice president of the vice mayor rather, of San Francisco had a nice expression of this thing, where he says the real battle against climate risk takes place at the community level. Cities and municipalities are in the front, yes, granted, but it is important to empower our communities to do their share, right? But empowerment is too late if communities are not part of the plan. So I want to believe that this plan, it didn't achieve the success rate that it would have achieved as a result of not just a smokescreen involvement by community, but a meaningful one where they also play a role in coming up with solutions. So this once again begins to underscore the importance of co-production, a meaningful role played by the communities in finding solutions. We stumbled again on this one about innovating spatial planning in China. And I've taken this extract from there. You can read it, it's showing in the presentation. But it is really emphasizing the need to harvest local knowledge for it to be incorporated in the plans. Back in the days when I was a junior planner, we used to say, how do we make use of indigenous knowledge systems and align them with these grand plans, Western-based plans that we were coming with, particularly around influencing human settlements in the rural areas of northern KZN. It's amazing the similarities that you find there, because how people organize themselves, the solutions that they come up with are all really critical. But you can only be able to identify these when you allow a proper co-production and co-creation process to take place. So really, another critical part is that when we plan, that's what the IDP forums were trying to do back in the days, but it was really bringing different government bodies and stakeholders across our communities so that we do this proper co-production, so that this thing is not driven by government. So the innovating spatial planning in China recognized the need for that collaboration. Even collaboration with the adjacent municipalities and across border topics on issues of infrastructure and so on. I do know, for an example, that we also provide water to our nearby municipalities in Umdoni and some parts of Palito in Guaduguza, but we hardly ever sit down and look at co-production within this particular context. And this plan is an example of how best to do this. But are we really recognizing this as the planners? It's a question. So I've spoken about the South African context, the legislative architecture and its well-meaning intentions on public participation, but we are saying, as I've said, that this is not equivalent to co-production the way we've defined it. So these are the questions that as planners we must really ask ourselves. Whether have we realized the importance and the need for this across the value chain of service delivery provision. I was quite intrigued by the comment that I believe Sina made. I'm coming to a close now, Chairperson. This is my two but last slides. last slide. Sina really made a serious observation about what the planners should be doing to ensure that they don't produce these instruments that other professionals like engineers and economic development practitioners ignore and continue to do what they believe is critical. And that we know has really developed the role of planners over time. I honestly believe, and it's been a long time since one had an opportunity to influence the curriculum development of the kind of planners that we are producing on the other side of the pipeline. But I would be surprised if it has not started to delve into a body of knowledge and practice called program management and project management with an intention to help ensure that when planners these plans, these instruments, they do at least have an insight of the first two phases of program management, which is the start of ensuring that these things do not really become these outputs of planning, to ensure that they don't collect dust in the shelves, but they are used meaningfully to influence how we do service delivery. We started the process of creating a department there within city planning that was going to focus on these two stages of project management, clearly with a view to ensure that things such as co-production, things such as ensuring that the plans that would have been outcome are really implemented. Really, this is the continuation of questions that the planners need to ask themselves. I think I've referred to this about the extent to which our plans are reflective or enable the co-production process. This really also cuts across the issue about our plans reflecting the government's efforts and in the way being rejected by our communities, because we often call them to more engagement sessions. They don't differentiate between what is IDP, what is LAP, and so on. We are infusing our own thinking to the people that really want simple instruments that will help them meet their need. So in conclusion, really, I hope that the breakaway sessions this afternoon will discover and learn more about the strengthening of the co-production paradigm in planning. Speakers from across the globe will share challenges and useful learnings on the topic, thus allowing planners new perspective on strengthening this paradigm. I wish all participants well in this webinar, and I hope that you as planners across the globe can make the change to people's lives in delivering services and infrastructure in a more effective and efficient manner, as well as developing plans that communities and governments can both design and implement together. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mbele. We really appreciate the presentation, and definitely we're really learning a lot from this, and the colleagues will engage more during the breakaways. So I'm going to call my colleague Kat Conan to continue with the proceedings, and thank you very much for the cooperation that you have given me. Much appreciated. Kat, please take over.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Good morning, sorry about that. Okay, the breakaway rooms, we're going to quickly put the breakaway rooms in the chat for everybody to get the links. Okay, so all the links will be there, and you can choose which room to that you like to join, and from those links you'll have room 1 to 4. So if everybody can go to the chat, you'll see the links up there for everyone to see. Sorry. Everyone should be seeing the links as we speak now in the chat. And you can go, you can leave a particular room and join another room if you like during the sessions of discussions. So everybody's able to move between rooms. Okay. For those who are having problems moving from rooms, if you can talk to us here in the main room, we'll see how we can assist you to get to the breakaway rooms. So the main room will be open for any one that has problems getting to the breakaway rooms at this point in time.
Can I just ask Kurt, if we're presenting in one of those rooms, do we use the same link, or will you email us a different link now that we're going off this main room?
And to get back into the main room, you use the same link that you started on this morning.
I'm just asking, as a presenter in one of the breakout rooms, do I use the same link to go
will
into
use the
that
same
breakout?
link that they used this morning to link on.
Sorry, okay, never mind. Let me just, I'll email them. Thanks.
Okay, for breakaway rooms, the presenters are using the same links that everybody's seeing on the breakaway rooms. All presenters are using the same link. And there's no waiting rooms on any of the links. So you should be able to go into the room straight away. Okay, so all the breakaway rooms will be up and running at 11 o'clock on the dot. Everybody will be able to join the breakaway rooms at 11 o'clock.
I was checking a contact.
It is a wool that this year, it's not the one. The new one got a pop.
Yeah, that's what people do. And they make sure they tell you who didn't succeed. Oh, so they thought they're gonna leave here. Now they are poor.
This one.
What else do I need to sort out?
The new one got a pop.
Yes, ma'am, you can go ahead. You got your hand raised.
Can you guys resend the link to the rooms? We were not able to connect.
Okay, sure. We'll do so
Thank
shortly.
you. Thank you so much.
I see this Musa Antuli, Komotso. I just click on the link that I was sent. So I'm in the wrong room. It seems, okay. So do I click? I clicked on what I was sent, sorry. Yesterday. Yeah, can I now go to room 3? Can I click on room 3? Well, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm now.
Yes, Prof, you should be in room 3.
Am I there now? Sorry. You say live on YouTube.
You actually in room 1, Prof. You need to go to room 3. They're waiting for you in room 3.
Yeah, I mean, I'm clicking. I was sent a direct link.
Okay, maybe.
I'm leaving. I'm going to leave, right? Okay.
Maybe just related to
Okay.
Would that be fine?
Yeah, I'm calling you too many times now. Hey, this meeting over here keep on disconnecting and reconnecting. You came out of it. Yeah, there's nothing I can get from you now.
Okay, for those still here in this room, okay, for those still here in the room, I have put all the YouTube links to each room. If you want to join the rooms via the YouTube channels, you can do so. You'll find all the links in the chat.